Sitadevi Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivakacharya Ashtatarasata Srimati. Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivakacharya Ashtatarasata Srimati. Divine Grace, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Anantkoiti Vaishnavi. Namaskar Shri Haridas Thakur. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Bhagavan. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Gaur Bhakti. Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamakant. Radha Kundi Kiri Govardhan. Shri Vrindavan Churitam. Shri Mayapur Dham. Jagmani Manamani. Tulsi Devi. Bhaktivedanta. Harinam Sankirtan Yajna. Ganga. Samadeva Bhakti. Glory Shri Sitadevi. Glory Shri Sitadevi. Oh, glory Shri Sitadevi. Oh, glory to Lord Shri Guru and Shri Gaura.
Krishna! On behalf of Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. So today is a very, very special day, as it is Tuesday, 10th of May 2022, and it is a special appearance day of Srimati Sitadevi. So obviously, this amazing personality is the consort of Lord Sri Ramachandra. As you know, she's on our altar. We're very, very specially blessed that Sitadevi, Sitaram, Lakshman, Hanuman are actually here at Bhaktivedanta Manor at the altar here. It's very rare to have them all here. She's the great personality, prominent in the great epic Ramayana, who is an epitome of pure love and devotion, and an exemplary chaste wife. Her character and her pastimes set a great example and high standards for all women in today's world, whether in a role of a daughter, wife, mother, or in fact any role at all. It also shows the strength of pure-hearted women can have, and is a good warning to everyone to never disrespect a respectable woman. Shri Sitadevi ki Jai. It is also appearance of Srimati Janmadevi. So what an amazing personality is Srimati Janmadevi. She is merciful to the servant today. Basically an exemplary personality who was the wife of Nityananda Prabhu, and she's also known as the Shakti of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. It is considered as the expansion of Revati, the consort of Lord Balaram. And also she was the Ananga Manjari, the younger sister of Srimati Radharani. In Gaur Leela, Srimati Janava Devi appeared as the daughter of Sri Suryadas Sharakala in Shukla Navami in this month of Vaishaka, in the village of Shaligram. Srimati Janmadevi had an elder sister named Vasudha, who was also an expansion of Varuni, and who was also the wife of Balaram. Srimati Janmadevi ki Jai. Today also is the disappearance of Sri Madhupandit. So we try and get information on Sri Madhupandit. So once, again on this month of Vaishaka, auspicious day of Mahaprabhu's associate, Sri Madhupandit left this material world and entered into the eternal pastimes of the Lord. Sri Madhupandit, who was a disciple of Sri Gadadhar Pandit, resided in Sridham Vrindavan, always immersed in Krishna Prema. Sri Madhupandit ki Jai. So we hope that we will actually hear about these exalted personalities in today's very special class, which will be given by Her Grace Mother Vishakha. And this evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Bhakti Kushi Mataji. Okay, so we'll continue reading from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita in a letter to Krishna Prabhu on 28th of July 1969. He says, I'm very much obliged to you for your nice appreciation of our humble activities. When I think of you, a little boy, but you write so nicely, as if you are my little father. So I wish Krishna will give you more and more understanding about this Krishna consciousness movement, and you'll be able to serve more and more beautifully. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki Jai, Shri Vindai Devyai, Priyai Kesavasicha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi, Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vindai Tulsi Devyai, Priyai Kesavasicha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi, Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyai, Priyai Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi, Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Tulsi Maharani Vinda Devi ki
Radha Krishna Radha Prabhu
Sita
Vishnu Bhakti Pade Devi Satavattai Namo Namo Vrindaye Tulasi Devai Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Pade Devi Satavattai Namo Namo
Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desired trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Pancha kalpa tripascha kripa sindhu bhavevacha patitana pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo Adanta-koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Pranadapi sunichena tarorapi sahishtana amanina manatena kirtanaya sadari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare.
No, we needed Thursday. Yeah. Well, we needed tomorrow. You got that, you got that clear up there. So, you probably take on board luggage and just lunch. Just that perfect spices that walk over there. So there's 4 of us going, so we have to distribute them. Because I'm thinking, I'm not protecting the luggage, so I'll leave them. That's the day, I think there's also local extra greens as well. So we did that, same thing as well. Probably like all the battery chargers, so what type of you do? Probably try to leave it. Try to get a liquid. God, you've got to use it. I'm quite sure it's cool. Luckily, we have more practice and the opposite direction. We're going out to 11 o'clock. So, I'd like to have 3 o'clock. Rather than 11 o'clock, because that's how it's going to be sorted. We're going to start with how much going to Luton? Yeah, Luton is 17 to 20 minutes. What happened? My ticket was 21. So you only go with the lights. These stand for a few days. I went there. I went about 3 weeks ago. Car park costs more than you have to pay to get.
Okay, we give you a come up.
You are the observer.
Is that right? All right. I don't know. Two at once.
Somebody's parking the car in front of me, so I cannot get out. I'm actually supposed not to park over there. My library van, the library van.
Making an announcement.
So there's too much, because actually this is not the place for parking. And when I park, I just against of the wall, and I hit already the wall, and I cannot get out. I've tried a few times.
So the other thing is, just before the cars come delivered, the other thing is, they put the inside some of the ladies around.
It's from a mattress.
All right. Once you get that,
So all you have to do is
Saturday on the reception, do you have to for the reception? So that Adi Guru, is it? Adi something? No, here it is. Adi something. Oh, okay. Very quiet. These are sort of popular. So give them the time to go there.
Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman 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 Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman
Govindam Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma, Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Guru Charana Padma, Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Satma Guru Charana Bando Mugisa Bandana Mate Bando Mugisa Bandana Mate Bando Mugisa Bandana Mate Prasadeva Eva Vachoria Yahara Prasadeva Eva Vachoria Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoike Krishna Prapti Hoya Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoike Krishna Prapti Hoya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chiteri Kodiya Rakya Padma Vakya Chiteri Kodiya Rakya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chiteri Kodiya Rakya Anakori ho mane asha Anakori ho mane Anakori ho mane asha Anakori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttamangati Charane Rati Ese Uttamangati Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttamangati Charane Rati Passate pure sabarasha pure sabarasha E passare pure sabarasha Passare pure sabarasha Tocadando dilloce Janmi janmi prabhu se Takundano dilloce Janmi janmi prabhu se Takundano dilloce Janmi janmi prabhu se Takundano dilloce Janmi janmi prabhu se Divigyan tiri prakashita Divigyan tiri prakashita Divigyan hare prakashita Prema Bhakti Aji Avijja Vinashayate Bhakti Aji Avijja Vinashayate Prema Bhakti Aji Avijja Vinashayate Avijja Vinashayate Veringaya Haratarita Veringaya Haratarita Apparanjanana Bandhu Guru Karuna Sindhu Apparanjanana Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Apparanjanana Bandhu Guru Karuna Sindhu Apparanjanana Bandhu Lokina Prokevati Pana Looking up, Lokevachipana. Ah, Prabhu Korodoya, Deo More Padachaya. Prabhu Korodoya, Deo More Padachaya. Ah, Prabhu Korodoya, Deo More Padachaya. Deo More Padachaya. Abhaya Krishna Popana. Abhaya Krishna Povana. Ah, Prabhu Korodoya Deo More Padachaya. Ah, Prabhu Korodoya Deo More Padachaya. Abhaya Krishna Povana. Abhaya Krishna Povana. Abhaya Krishna Povana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Povana. Patita Povana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Povana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Povana. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine. Krishna Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya, Bhutale, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devan Gauravani Pacharine Nivasesha Shunyavadi Vashachare Satarine. Krishna Chaitanya Vavunitananda Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Krishna Chaitanya Vavunitananda Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radhara Madhare, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radhara Madhare, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Gaura Hare, Jai Sachinandana, Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Come on, Cyrus. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. I'll get this started. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. 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 Radha Hare, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Hare, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Jai Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana, Gora Hare. Jai Sachinandana, Gora Hare. Gora Hare, Jaya Gora Hare. Gora Hare, Jaya Gora Hare. Jai Sachinandana, Gora Hare. Ragopati Raghavaracharam, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Ragopati Raghavaracharam, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Sitaram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe. Jaya Sita, Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita, Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sita, Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita, Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gorangi Chai, Gorangi Chai, Gorangi Chai, Jaya Gorangi Chai. Jaya Gorangi Chai, Gorangi Chai, Gorangi Chai, Jaya Gorangi Chai.
Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrakacharya Astotar Sata Srimati Divine Grace Srila Abhay Charanavinda Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON Samstapakacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayom Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrakacharya Astotar Sata Srimati Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhana Ki Shri Vrindavan Dhama Ki Shri Ayodhya Dhama Ki Shri Nilachala Chandra Dhama Ki Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dhama Ki Srimati Sitadevi ki, Shri Mahamotsava Shri Sitadevi Utsav ki, Nitai Gaur Premanandi. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glory to the Lotus Feet of Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
B, which is blocking the car, the library van. So if that can be moved, this is a black Fiat, registration LN15, GXB needs to be moved. Hare Krishna.
Is there anything in what's at the front? Yeah, the lights. What's at the front? Which car is at the front? Yeah, but what's at the front of the van? Man is at the back. What is in the front of the van? It's another seat. Maybe that car can move too. That car moves, then you can move your car. But if the front car moves, then you can move up. Because my van is against the wall, and then if I turn to the if the car in the front moves up in your way, go forward. More or less. Because I can't drive because this car is not for this car. What happened to the garland? Who took the garland? What? Oh.
Jaya Radha Madhava Punjabi Hari Gopi Janaballava Girivardhari Gopi Janaballava Girivardhari Yasodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yasodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Kunja Bihari Gopi Janaballabha Girivaradari Yasodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yasodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jayam Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Asta Tarasata Srimati His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Shri Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Go Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai Vrindavan Dhamma Ki Jai Mayapur Dhamma Ki Jai Jamuna Mai Ki Jai Ganga Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Srimati Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai Gaur Premananda Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So today is the glorious appearance day of Sitadevi. So in honor of her, we're reading a verse about her. Our prayer is that we can say some words worthy of this exalted personality. So the background for this verse from the 9th canto, 10th chapter, text 27, is that Ravana, the great demon, has just been killed by Lord Ram, as well as other Rakshasas. And so at this time, the women whose husbands had fallen in this great battle, headed by Mandodari, who is the wife of Ravana, they came out of the city of Lanka, crying, and they approached the dead bodies of Ravana and the other Rakshasas. They were striking their breasts in affliction because their husbands had been killed by the arrows of Lakshman and Ram. And they embraced their husbands and cried piteously in voices that appealed to everyone. It's a very dramatic moment. I'm just leading up to the verse that we're reading today. And this is what they said. This is just prior to today's verse. O my Lord, O Master, you epitomize trouble for others, and therefore you are called Ravana. Ravana, who means one who causes crying to others. But now you have been defeated. But now that you have been defeated, we are defeated. For without you, the state of Lanka has been conquered by the enemy. To whom will we go for shelter? So this verse that we're
reciting today is by Mandodari, the wife of Ravana. And she has a special insight into the power of Sita because she herself is known as one of the 5 chaste women. Sita is also one of the 5 chaste women, as we'll read in the purport. So just before we do the Sanskrit, I'll just read the English so we know what we're saying. This is what Mandodari said. O greatly fortunate one, she's talking to Ravana, the dead body of her husband. You came under the influence of lusty desires, and therefore you could not understand the influence of Mother Sita. Now, because of her curse, you have been reduced to this state, having been killed by Lord Ramachandra. So I'll go through the Sanskrit. Navai Veda Mahabhaga Bhavan Kama Vasham Gataha Te Janubhavam Sitaya Yena Nito Dasham Imam Navai Veda Mahabhaga Bhavan Kama Vasham Gata Te Janubhavam Sitaya Yena Nito Dasham Imam Navai Veda Mahabhaga Bhavan Kama Vasham Gata Te Janubhavam Sitaya Yena Nito Dasham Imam Ladies? Oh, sorry. Ladies? Vai, indeed. Veda, did know. Mahabhaga, O greatly fortunate one. Bhavan, yourself. Kama Vasham, influenced by lusty desires. Gataha, having become. Tejaha, by influence. Anubhavam, as a result of such influence. Sitayaha, of Mother Sita. Yena, by which. Nitaha, brought into. Dasham, condition. Imam, like this, destruction. So the translation again. O greatly fortunate one, you came under the influence of lusty desires, and therefore you could not understand the influence of Mother Sita. Now, because of her curse, you have been reduced to this state, having been killed by Lord Ramachandra. O greatly fortunate one, you came under the influence of lusty desires, and therefore you could not understand the influence of Mother Sita. Now, because of her curse, you have been reduced to this state, having been killed by Lord Ramachandra. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Not only was Mother Sita powerful, but any woman who follows in the footsteps of Mother Sita can also become similarly powerful. There are many instances of this in the history of Vedic literature. Whenever we find a description of ideal chaste women, Mother Sita is among them. Mandodari, the wife of Ravana, was also very chaste. Similarly, Draupadi was one of 5 exalted chaste women. As a man must follow great personalities like Brahma and Narada, a woman must follow the path of such ideal women as Sita, Mandodari, and Draupadi. By staying chaste and faithful to her husband, a woman enriches herself with supernatural power. It is a moral principle that one should not be influenced by lusty desires for another's wife. Matrivat paradareshu. An intelligent person must look upon another's wife as being like his mother. This is a moral injunction from Chanaka Shloka 10. Matravat paradareshu, paradraveshu lostravat, atmavat sarva bhuteshu, ya pasyanti sapanditaha. One who considers another's wife as his mother, another's possessions as a lump of dirt, and treats all living beings as he would himself, is considered to be learned. Thus Ravana was condemned not only by Lord Ramachandra, but even by his own wife, Mandodari. Because she was a chaste woman, she knew the power of another chaste woman, especially such a wife as Mother Sitadevi. Om Gana Timarandasya Gananjana Salakaya Shakstur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavams Cha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raganatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lavita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabando Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gorange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Dvaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So thank you all very much for being here this morning. We'll try to churn some of the wonderful activities and qualities of this exalted personality, the eternal consort of Lord Ram, Sitadevi, who we're celebrating her appearance today. So Sitadevi had a very unusual appearance, that her father, Janaka, who is also known as Shiradwaja, was doing a sacrifice. And in the course of this sacrifice, he was to plow a field with a golden plow, which he did, except the plow got stuck. And they dug where it got stuck, and there in a golden box was this beautiful baby girl who he was childless, Janaka, so he accepted this girl as his daughter. She was exquisitely beautiful. And as she grew up, she exhibited exalted qualities. And Janaka, being an exalted personality himself, a great devotee, recognized her greatness. Janaka is not an ordinary person. He's mentioned in the Bhagavatam as one of the 12 Mahajans. Swayambhu, Narada, Shambhu, Kumara, Kapila, Manu, Prahlad, Janaka, Bhishma. So that Janaka refers to this father of Sita. So 12 is not a big number, and he's one of 12, very exalted personality. He's also mentioned in the Gita when Krishna is trying to convince Arjuna to fight. He gives Janaka Maharaj as an example. He says even kings such as Janaka perform their prescribed duty, and in so doing they attained perfection. So similarly, Arjuna should perform his duty and fight in the battle, because this is the example set by Janaka, such an exalted personality, and yet he remained king of Mithila and was exemplary in that. So he was able to maintain both his spiritual stature as well as his material responsibilities. So he's an exalted personality, and when he heard through different persons in the palace that Sita, as a young girl, was playing with a ball, and the ball went under this huge bow, Lord Shiva's bow, that had been gifted to Janaka. And this bow was not ordinary because it took many, many men to move it, strong men. Some places it says hundreds of men to move this bow. And little Sita, in the course of her playing, her ball goes under the bow, and she herself lifts the bow to get the ball. So he realizes that this is something truly extraordinary. And later on, when she becomes marriageable, he arranges that the person who marries her must be able to not only lift this bow of Lord Shiva, but also string it. So Lord Ram is in the vicinity at some point with his spiritual master and his younger brother, Lakshman. And somehow or other he comes, and he manages, unlike all the other suitors who failed in even budging the bow, Lord Ram not only lifts it, but he strings it, and in the course of stringing it, this huge bow breaks. So the citizens of Mithila and Janaka Maharaj are very satisfied that they have found the proper husband for this exalted princess, Sita. And Sita herself is not only impressed by the prowess of Ram, but also by the characteristics of Ram, because unlike all the other suitors that came to try to deal with his bow, before Ram did, he first turned to his spiritual master, Vishwamitra, for his permission. And once he got that permission, before he even touched the bow, he circumambulated it out of respect. This is not an ordinary bow. This is the bow of Lord Shiva, who is known as the best of the Vaishnavas. and is in a category by himself. He's not Jiva Tattva, he's not Vishnu Tattva, he's Shiva Tattva. So out of respect, Lord Ram offers respect, and seeing this, Sita is very impressed that he is subordinate, subservient to his spiritual master. He's very respectful to seniors, and so she's very honored and pleased to become his wife, and of course she's his eternal consort. So there's a great marriage ceremony. They return to Ayodhya, and probably everyone knows that the time that King Dasarath decided to coronate Ram, just the day before, due to political intrigue, which in some places Prabhupada says is always in these great palaces, there will always be political intrigue. So instead of being coronated, Ram is banished for 14 years. So Ram is preparing to go to the forest for 14 years on the order of his father. And Sita says, I want to go with you. And Ram says, no. And he gives many logical, reasonable reasons why Sita should not go. Certainly it'll be difficult. Sita is a princess. She's grown up although she was born of the earth, she's grown up in the palace. She's only known luxuries. She's had maidservants and cooks and the finest clothing and jewelry, only comforts as one would expect for a princess. So it will be difficult for her. She won't have any of those amenities. Plus it will be dangerous. There will be insects and snakes and carnivorous birds and rakshasas, demons. So it's very good reasoning, one could say. And Sita says, I want to come with you. So this is very interesting because Prabhupada explains that the first duty of a chaste woman is to obey the order of her husband. And here we've seen in this purport that Sita is known as the ideal chaste woman, that all women can look up to her. Her husband has given her an order and she has said no. Hare Krishna. So do we have an explanation for that? Can anyone volunteer an explanation? Hare Krishna. Anasuya, is that?
Maybe because the chastity, it's the greater thing for her to be chaste to follow her husband and serve him, not leave his side.
I want to speak into.
I was just thinking that maybe because it's a greater thing, like sanction, that she doesn't leave Ram's side, so it overcomes his order to not go with him because she's compelled to never leave his side.
Thank you. Any other volunteers?
I was just going to say love supersedes law. So wherever there's love and wherever there's that strong movement of the heart, sometimes in the pastimes of the Lord that supersedes whatever the scriptural injunction may be.
Thank you. I have one more explanation.
As a great daughter of one of the Mahajans, she understood that dharma many times it's debatable. There are many different levels and layers of dharma. And I would say that Mother Sita understands, as Sutapa and other Vaishnavas have been saying, that the highest dharma is the dharma of connection and servitude towards the husband and Lord Ram.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, these are all wonderful explanations. Also, I think we can look at it from 2 points of view, this refusal of Sita to stay in Ayodhya. One is that there's relationship here. So when people relate, it's back and forth. It's not lording over, and it's not being lorded over. I think perhaps this is, in marriage and grihastha life, this is one potential pitfall, that one person thinks he can lord it over the other, and the other is simply subservient to every word. But in fact, there is a relationship, as we see here, that Sita has her strong needs and feelings, as the devotees have mentioned, and she expresses those to Ram. And Ram has his logic and his reasoning, which is very strong. Just like in the beginning of the Gita, Arjuna had so many very sound reasons for not fighting. So similarly, Ram has very many sound reasons why Sita should stay in Ayodhya. There's no indication that she was at all used to the hardships of the forest. She had grown up as a princess. It was unknown to her to even live without the protection of the palace and so many individuals. So his reasoning was very sound, but it became subservient to the needs and the desires of Sita. And seeing those needs and desires, he agreed. So you could say that's looking at it from the perspective of husband and wife and relationships. But also there's the transcendental perspective that in fact Sita, as the eternal consort of Ram, can never do anything or say anything or think anything which is not pleasing to Ram. So that would lead one to understand that Ram wanted her to come. He wanted her with him in the forest. But out of a sense of protection and duty, he was saying, you should stay here, don't come, it's not suited, it's dangerous, it's difficult, etc. But because it was, you could say, his duty to say that, but he was very willing to agree eventually that she could come with him. So they went to the forest, the three of them, with Lakshman also, and had many adventures there. And Sita proved, as she went, that she had a great connection with the earth. It wasn't just that she was born of the earth, but she had rapport with the animals, with the birds, even with the trees and the rivers. She felt very much at home there. She had given up a very comfortable life for a wild life, a very complex life in the palace for a simple life. And she relished that life. It wasn't that there's no indication at any point that she lamented leaving Ayodhya and all the comforts and palatial facilities of Ayodhya. Rather, she felt very much at home in the forest. And they lived that way for 13 years, actually. She also, I have here some quotes from there are many versions of the Ramayana. So this is from one of the versions. As they're walking through the forest, Sita feels cheerful. And she tells, she's so kind and compassionate to even the Rakshasas. She tells Ram, "My dear Ram, simply by carrying a bow in your hands, you increase the killing propensity. My dear husband, I request you to keep your bow in hand only for the purpose of killing the Rakshasas that are harassing the rishis. Please do not kill even the innocent Rakshasas, and so what to speak of other poor creatures." So she shows her very mild nature and how by her love and her service she attracted the mind of Lord Ramachandra. She was submissive, faithful, shy, chaste, and understanding the attitude of her husband. So then, in the last year of their exile, enters Ravana, that we all know very well. Ravana was a great devotee of Lord Shiva, and as a result of his devotion to Lord Shiva, he built up Lanka to be a very wealthy, opulent place. He had tons of gold. And Prabhupada mentions there's also a lot of gold in Brazil, and there was some connection between Brazil and Lanka, evidenced by this gold. And he dared, as we know very well, by different tricks, to kidnap Sita. So I was reflecting that in the Bhagavatam, very often we find narrations of the different manus, the 14 manus that make up one day of Brahma. And then in the course of the narration, for instance, we have Swayambhuva Manu, and he gets his daughter married, Devahuti. And then we have the third canto, where we have Lord Kapila, the son of Devahuti, teaching her about Sankhya Yoga, and that takes up the whole canto. So we're going through the pastimes, and where there's something that we really need to learn or to hear about, that's expanded to be a big lesson for us and an impactful lesson. The story of Ajamil, for instance, or Prahlad Maharaj. In the 9th canto, what we find is that Sukadeva Goswami tells Maharaj Pariksit that this story of the Ramayana is so famous that he's just going to summarize it, which he does in shloka after shloka. It's a very long scripture, the Ramayana, but he gives a very brief overview in just a couple of chapters. But when Prabhupada speaks about this pastime, what he especially elucidates on, what he especially expands for our edification, is this idea of Ravana trying to take away the energy of the Lord from the Lord. Ravana is trying to take Sita away from Ram, and this causes his absolute devastation. And at that time there was one Ravana, but now society is full of Ravanas, trying to enjoy the energy of God separate from God. And Sita is Lakshmi, and once we take Lakshmi away from Narayan, we no longer have Lakshmi, we have Chanchala. Chanchala is a different personality. Chanchala means restless. She doesn't stay in one place. She's flickering. So today one is wealthy, but if one is without God consciousness, the next day one can be poverty-stricken. So that's what we find happened to this Ravana, because he had the audacity to kidnap Sita, to try to enjoy her and exploit her separate from Ram. Then he was crushed. And Prabhupada says such personalities have been crushed in the past, they'll be crushed at present, and in the future they will also be crushed. There is no hope for their success. So this is a great lesson for us, that we are meant to be like Hanuman. Hanuman risked his life to try to unite Sita with Ram, whereas Ravana lost his life in trying to separate them. It's just like you have the sun and the sunshine. So if you want to have the sunshine without the sun, what you have is darkness. Right? If the sun is streaming through the window, and we say, well, we want the sunshine, but we don't want the sun, and we close the curtains, we have darkness. So similarly, to try to enjoy the energy of God without God is a recipe for utter devastation, for disaster. So we will find that in this pastime that Prabhupada especially emphasizes over and over again, so important for us. So as we know, Ravana, in his attempt to acquire Sita, first he convinces this Marich to take the form of a golden deer. And Sita is attracted by that. Ram goes to try to capture the deer. And as the deer dies, he lets out this call that sounds like the voice of Ram, but it's in fact Marich playing this trick. And Sita hears this voice, apparently of Ram, calling for help, and she sends Lakshman off. But before Lakshman goes, he draws a circle around the cottage where they're staying. He doesn't want to go, but she's obliging him to go from her strong words. So he draws this circle around the cottage, and he says, you stay within the circle, you'll be safe. So this is analogous to, I think, each and every one of us, that Srila Prabhupada has drawn a circle around us. That if we follow the regulative principles, if we chant Hare Krishna, we will be protected. This is our circle. And if we step outside that boundary, then we're at great risk. So we can, of course, enforce that circle, strengthen that circle through the association of devotees, through reading, through attentive chanting, through serving in so many ways. But nonetheless, the basic circle is there by the grace of Srila Prabhupada, given to all of us, that we're to stay within this protective circle. And then we can be protected from the illusory energy. So we know that Ravana dressed as a mendicant, and he came, and he realized he could not pass through this circle. It had that mystic power. So he had to allure Sita out of the circle. So how to allure such a personality out of the circle? She's not going to be allured by anything ordinary. But Ravana manages to allure her by arousing her compassionate nature. That he appears to be so weak, that he hasn't eaten, he hasn't drunk, he really needs some nourishment. He can't go any further, he can't go to her, he can't wait any longer for Ram and Lakshman to return. She must come out. So he manages to allure her through her compassionate nature. We also find this in a previous canto, that Bharat Maharaj, great devotee, gives up his empire, gives up his family. He goes to meditate to attain Krishna prema, and he finds that there's an orphan deer. And because of his compassion for this orphan deer, his sadhana weakens. He spends his time, his energy, his thoughts trying to help this very helpless deer. So this idea of compassion that's not united with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this can be a source of distraction for us, something we have to be careful of. That yes, we want to give food, but we give only prasadam. Yes, we want to help people, but we help them materially, yes, okay, but we also help them spiritually. We never divert ourselves to only material help, because that becomes a mundane activity. So somehow or other, Sita is allured, and she's captured, kidnapped, abducted by Ravana, but she has tremendous presence of mind. She calls out to her allies, the animals, the birds. She drops her jewelry. She wakes the sleeping Jatayu. And she tells Ravana, this is another quote from some version of the Ramayana, "I am completely devoted to Ram, who is as steady as a rock, as grave as an ocean, and sheltering like a banyan tree. You may kidnap me, but as long as Ram lives, you will no more enjoy me than a fly enjoys the ghee that it flounders in." Jai Shri Shri Sita Ram, Jai Shri Shri Lakshman Hanuman, Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, Jai Shri Shri Gaurnitai. I'll just read that last bit again. You can, let's see. "You may kidnap me, but as long as Ram lives, you will no more enjoy me than a fly enjoys the ghee that it flounders in." Hare Krishna. So Sita apparently is very helpless. You know, she's with a very powerful Rakshasa, and he is extremely desirous of her. She's without Ram, she's without Lakshman, and yet somehow her staunchness increases. Despite the absence of her protectors, within herself, her staunchness and her commitment is fixed, immovable. When they arrive in Lanka, Ravana speaks of his love to Sita, and this is what she tells him. "My heart is devoted to Ram without deviation, and to Ram alone. Why should I, a swan sporting with her mate within a lotus-filled lake, prefer a duck meandering on the shore? You can do whatever you like to me, but rest assured that because of your vile and sinful lust, you will soon meet with death at the hands of Ram." So this, as one would expect, infuriates Ravana, and he gives her 12 months to surrender to him. Ravana has been cursed that he can't forcibly take a woman, but she must agree. So she sends her to the Ashok Grove, where she's tortured by Rakshashi women. And over these 12 months it's almost 12 months that she's a captive there in Sri Lanka, Ravana grows increasingly desperate, increasingly frustrated, and increasingly irrational, overwhelmed by lust. And Sita, although she's in such a miserable state and is weak from fasting, she grows stronger and more thoughtful. In the forest, for those 13 years, she was very flexible. You know, they'd be traveling, wandering through the forest. There'd be different circumstances, different meals that they'd have to take. And she would accommodate herself to that. But in Sri Lanka, she's no longer flexible. She's actively and permanently resisting. And when Ravana comes to the Ashok forest to entreat her, Sita puts a straw between them, between herself and Ravana, as a symbol of her unwillingness. And she says to him, and she says gently, it's not even with anger, "You should withdraw your mind from me and remain content with the numerous consorts that you already possess. You will never be able to have me. I shall never do anything contrary to righteousness, and so there is no hope of your ever gaining my favor." Then, to add insult to injury, she turns her back on Ravana. And she says, "Give up your futile hope. You no more deserve me than a sinful man deserves perfection. Because you are acting perversely, directing yourself away from the path of virtue, you will soon become the cause of the destruction of your entire kingdom. I will not ever be tempted by your offers of insignificant opulence and royal comforts. I am as inseparable from Ram as the sunlight is from the sun." So, in one sense, we can say that Sita is unprotected. Her father's not there, her husband's not there, she has no son at this point. But in another sense, we can say that her sense of commitment to Ram, her 100% devotion and faith in him. And we have to remember that while she's captive in Lanka, she doesn't have word of Ram. Hanuman has not yet come. She doesn't know where he is. She doesn't know if he's all right. And yet, she is 100% convinced through her faith in Ram that he will be there for her. And her expression of that is her protection. And it confounds Ravana. He's never experienced such a thing. And when the Rakshasis who are with Sita in this Ashok grove see her integrity and her chastity, her loyalty to her husband, some of them are moved by that. Trijata is one, and another is Sharama, who's the wife of Vibhishan, Ravana's pious brother. And so they respect her and they befriend her, which of course is a great help to her. So finally Hanuman comes and he offers to carry Sita across the ocean and reunite her with Ram. And Sita does not allow this. She does not want this. This is what she says. "I have vowed never to touch the body of any other man than Ram. I am already mortified due to being grasped by the sinful Ravana. I could not voluntarily touch another man, nor could I allow anyone other than Ram to rescue me, thereby diminishing Ram's fame. I therefore prefer to wait for my Lord, confident that he will soon arrive." So Ravana hasn't given up. He still comes to the Ashok grove trying to lure Sita. And she calls on powers that she has not yet used. And she tells Ravana, "I would burn you to ashes myself by the power of my asceticism and chastity, but I do not have my Lord's order. Nor do I wish to waste my ascetic merits on such a wretch as yourself." She's a powerful speaker. So her resistance actually weakens Ravana and drains his power. And thus we find a verse from this very chapter that we're reading now. This is the verse from the 9th canto, 10th chapter. "Thus the soldiers of Lord Ramachandra killed Ravana's soldiers, who had lost all good fortune because Ravana had been condemned by the anger of Mother Sita." And Prabhupada explains in his purport, "Because the soldiers of Ravana were condemned by the curse of Mother Sita, the monkeys were able to kill them simply by throwing stones and trees. There are two kinds of strength, Daiva and Purusharkara. Daiva refers to the strength achieved from the transcendence, and Purusharkar refers to the strength organized by one's own intelligence and power. Transcendental power is always superior to the power of the materialist. Depending on the mercy of the Supreme Lord, one must fight one's enemies even though one may not be equipped with modern weapons. Therefore, Krishna instructed Arjuna, Mam anushmara viyudyacha. Think of me and fight. We should fight our enemy to the best of our ability, but for victory we must depend on the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So it's a glorious pastime, and Sita's qualities are certainly sterling from every point of view. After Ravana is killed and the Hanuman comes to the Ashok Grove, and he offers to Sita that he will kill the Rakshashis who had been tormenting her for so many months. And she tells Hanuman, after all these months of torture, she says, these Rakshashis were simply carrying out Ravana's order. No blame should be attached to them. Any suffering I felt was surely the result of my own past misdeeds, for such is the universal law. Indeed, there is an ancient maxim that is always the code of the virtuous. A righteous man does not consider the offenses of others against him. At all costs, he always observes the vow of not returning evil for evil, for the virtuous consider good conduct their ornament. So she was extremely forgiving, extremely tolerant, which is also the qualities of the earth. You know, mankind has given this earth planet such suffering in terms of polluting the air, polluting the water, polluting the soil, polluting our own hearts. And the earth goes on providing. Now it's spring and there's flowers everywhere and birds are chirping. The earth goes on. And so similarly, Sita was very tolerant and forgiving. And as they return to Ayodhya, they pass over Kishkinda, which is the home of the monkey warriors. And Sita says that she wants to return to Ayodhya in the company of the wives of the monkey warriors who helped defeat Ravana and his army. So Ram, out of honor to her, stops the chariot, and the monkeys get their wives, and they all go together to Sri Lanka, because now it's ended. The banishment period has ended. Also, Sita wants to express her gratitude to Hanuman, and with the consent of Ram, she takes off the pearl necklace that is very dear to her, and she gives it to Hanuman. Gratitude for him for playing such an important role in reuniting herself with Ram. So we have a quote from Ram who speaks of Sita. Ram says, I know of her undivided love for me. Indeed, guarded as she is by her own moral power, Ravana could not have violated Sita any more than the sea could transgress its bounds. And at one point, Maharaj Dasarath says of Sita, to Sita, your remarkable behavior will earn you a place in history as the most glorious woman the world has ever seen. So these are just a few of the qualities of Sita. It's very bewildering to many people how later on, when Ram was going through his kingdom incognito, and he overheard some common person criticize Sita and question her chastity, that Ram took the extraordinary step of banishing her when she was pregnant with twin sons, Kushan and Lava. So this, I think, cannot be understood from a mundane point of view. It can only be understood from the transcendental point of view. So just to close, I wanted to read Srila Prabhupada's explanation of this. The separation of Lord Ramachandra from Sita is spiritually understood as Vipralamba, which is an activity of the Ladini potency. It belongs to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the Sringara Rasa, the mellow of conjugal love in the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has all the dealings of love, displayed with different symptoms. Thus, when Lord Ram was separated from Sita, all these spiritual symptoms were manifest. So in other words, this Ladini Shakti, there's the aspect of meeting together, and then the aspect of separation. And we know from Krishna's pastimes with the gopis that their love for him, which was overwhelming when they were together, overflowed when they were separated. The separation increased their love. So I think we must understand this separation of Sita and Ram as also increasing this transcendental love. Even in common parlance, we say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So to understand it, I think, from that point of view, and from the point of view also that there's no question of ever separating Sita from Ram. She is always with Ram, just as the sunshine is always with the sun. Superficially, it may appear that they're separated, but just like the gopis kept Krishna with them because of their complete, utter meditation on him. So I think similarly we can understand that Sita was always with Ram, even in the situation of apparent banishment by Ram. As she was with Ram, we could see from her incredible strength. She was still with Ram when she was apparently away from Ram as a captive of Ravana. So it's 8:30. There's much more to say, but perhaps there's some discussion about these various points. Please.
Hare Krishna, Mataji. Thank you for sharing so much nectar with us. It's just something that's been bugging me for a while regarding Sitadevi's pastimes. So obviously we heard all these pastimes in the Ashoka Grove, which basically display the glories of Sitadevi, and we have that beautiful pastime with Hanuman. But trouble I have is, in the CC we understand that Ravana didn't actually take the real Sita, he took an illusory form of Sita, Maya Sita. So I guess I got a two-part question. So the first part is, am I right in saying that all those pastimes are with the Maya Sita, including the pastime with Hanuman? Or is there some other kind of deeper explanation? And then I guess second part is, if it is Maya Sita, does that invalidate those pastimes, or is it that, or could we say that it doesn't matter whether it's the real Sita or Maya Sita, and the important thing is what we can learn from it, what we can take from it? So I'm just hoping maybe someone can shed some light on that.
Yes, it's certainly the Maya Sita that's explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was touring South India, there's a place in South India called Southern Mathura, and there he came across a Brahmin who was a great devotee of Lord Ram. And the Brahmin invited him to take prasadam at his home. So after the Lord bathed in the river, he went to the Brahmin's home. It was noon, and the Brahmin hadn't started cooking. And Lord Chaitanya said, you haven't cooked, what's going on? And the Brahmin explained that, he was in such meditation. He said, Lakshman is out getting the roots and vegetables, and when he returns, he was just meditating on the Lord. And then later on, it turned out that he did cook, and Lord Chaitanya respected the prasadam, but the Brahmin himself didn't honor. And Lord Chaitanya said, why are you fasting? And the Brahmin said, Ravana has abducted Sita. How can I tolerate this? This is just... So as Lord Chaitanya continued traveling, he came to a temple where they were reciting the Kurma Purana. And in this recitation, they said just what you said, that when Sita passed through this protective circle that Lakshman had made around the cottage, it was no longer the original Sita. It was this Maya Sita, so that Ravana could not actually touch the actual Sita. There's no question of that. And that on the return, after the defeat of Ravana, Agni Dev, who had protected Sita or taken in Sita at that time, returned the original Sita. So in that way, it's definitely the Maya Sita that Ravana had in Lanka. There's no question of that. But we can still learn the valuable lessons, that she was so fixed in her devotion, she was so defiant of Ravana, she was so committed to Ram and faithful to him, and that gave her tremendous strength, to the point where Ravana himself was flummoxed, as they might say, flummoxed by her strength and her commitment, her loyalty. And that's what Prabhupada is talking about in this purport, the strength of a chaste woman and how powerful they become.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for the class, Mataji. In the class, you mentioned that compassion, if it's not directed towards devotional service, can distract us from bhakti. You gave the example of Sita having compassion for Ravana and Bharat Maharaj having compassion for the deer. And then you mentioned some practical application for devotees to apply in their lives regarding this point. I would like some elaboration on that, how we can practice in our lives.
Well, we have the very practical example. We have a crisis in the Ukraine where people are suffering from lack of food and water. So the devotees are going, or they're providing that for the refugees as well as for the people stuck in the Ukraine, who have decided to stay in the Ukraine. But it's not just food, it's, of course, they offer it first. That's the difference, that we're not really interested in food distribution, but prasadam distribution. And even that you may have heard of this famous Dr. Patel that used to walk on the beach with Prabhupada in Juhu. So Dr. Patel was a difficult personality, and Prabhupada was at some point trying to get him to do some service for Krishna. And he suggested at one point to Prabhupada that there's so many poor children that come before the deities, Radharasa Bihari and Juhu, and they're not properly dressed. So he suggested to Dr. Patel that you could provide nice clothing for them so that when they become before the deities, they will look nice for the deities. They'll give pleasure to the deities because they'll be provided for in that way. I'm not sure if Dr. Patel did ever do that, but nonetheless, that was the suggestion by Prabhupada. So in that way, whatever help we can try to offer to people, we can tie it very directly to Krishna and to the service of Krishna, to the pleasure of Krishna, and never separate those two, because that becomes mundane compassion. There's another example that Radhanath Swami has established the Bhaktivedanta Hospital in Mumbai. So if you go into that hospital, the entrance is somehow this huge circle, right? So there'd be nurses and doctors and receptionists around the circle. And right in the center of the circle is a full-size murti of Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktivedanta Hospital. So for every shift, that means 3 times a day, every nurse and doctor forms a circle around the murti of Srila Prabhupada and chants prayers. To always keep focused that they're trying to help people materially in the hospital, but also they want to try to help them spiritually as well. I'm sure there are other examples, but these are a few.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Thank you, yeah.
Prayojana Prabhu?
Mother Sita, when Hanuman suggested, climb on my back and I'll take you to Ram, and you quoted that she wouldn't touch any other man except the Ram. It made me thinking, Hanuman was not a man, it was an animal. And also, Sita wanted the deer very much, to play with the deer. And to touch the deer. So what was the fuss, to not be carried by Hanuman?
Well, we don't know what she was going to do if she had gotten that golden deer. And we don't know the gender of the deer, do we? But she saw Hanuman as male. Nonetheless, she saw Hanuman as male. So, what to do? Also, that was one reason. She also said that she wanted this Ravana, right, to be defeated by Ram. She wanted Ram's glories to be broadcast, that he would. So that's also
because the pastime had to be unfolded.
Right. We could say that's another reason why Ram wanted Sita to come with him to the forest, that one of his functions as an avatar is to annihilate the demons, vinashaya chaduskritam. But we find with Ram and with Krishna that they're not the instigator, right? The demon has to instigate the problem, like Putana was the instigator, or Bakasura, or Kaliya. They were all the instigators. So in this case, if Ram is in the forest with Lakshman, just doing their banishment period, and Ravana is in Lanka, enjoying his opulence, there would be no occasion for Ram to go and kill Ravana, which is one of his functions as an avatar. So the presence of Sita and her kidnapping gave Ram the proper reasoning to kill Ravana. It's interesting that the Lord was never the instigator, right? And Krishna himself tried to make peace with the Kauravas, personally tried to make peace, but still they were the instigators, so he responded through his devotees. So, Hare Krishna. All glories to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. All glories to Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda. All glories to Sita, Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman.
Shaka Prabhu ki.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Excuse me standing up. I just, because I'm usually in Grihasthas and we have chairs in.
So much. And another classic, she's picking me up, and there's all these devotees that come home, they have to do the work. So I'm doing a good thing here. Just another classic, thank you.